换到哪里，一切模糊又清晰。几秒钟的世界，感叹不平凡的意义。
我飘起这逐日无息，走一回断肠的故去。开启画面如此的美丽，殊不知是谁的魔笔。淡淡胭脂遮住了思绪，叫做几杯却又醉意。多少男人将相书画在千里，伤河涂雕琢的意义。我飘起这逐日无息，走一回断肠的舞曲。抬起画面如此的美丽，殊不知是谁的魔笔。淡淡胭脂遮住了思绪，叫做几杯却又醉意。多少男人将相书画在千里，伤河涂雕琢的意义。君不见，且起舞翩翩；君不见，且鼓瑟绵绵；君不见，且嫣然一笑醉人容颜；君不见，且醉笑红间；君不见，且祭地连连；君不见，一缕青丝一生看。落花纷飞，飘散迷乱我双眼，烟波江畔，渔船今宵，灯火阑珊。我依然醉生梦死般，笑看世事似水变迁，一人叹，叹不尽相思苦一花年。君不见，且起舞翩翩；君不见，且鼓瑟绵绵；君不见，且嫣然一笑醉人容颜；君不见，且醉笑红间；君不见，且祭地连连；君不见，一缕青丝一生看。不知不觉，时光流转又一年，烟花为谁绚烂？今夜依旧无眠。我轻叹，世人都沉醉，窗外风景随心变幻。灯火闪，邀明月共举杯，话从前。君不见，且起舞翩翩；君不见，且鼓瑟绵绵；君不见， 细细的垂钓，风吹直流着细腰，童谣声声伴长谣。乌篷水面风急摇，拨云淡淡月出鞘。江上花放群相绕，东南酒堂知己遥。七月浓落天色微摇，半樽清酒斟的逍遥。白衣纵马风流年少，佳人倾城回眸浅笑。玉笛声声月色皎皎，起舞翩翩轻盈窈窕。一人树下共九月老，执手暮暮朝朝。长夜温柔荧光照，满城锦绣灯火摇。老街小巷不喧嚣，戏台风月赠新貌。轻纱遮面武陵桥，琵琶绕梁音袅袅。唱罢西厢客醉笑，对杯换盏度良宵。七月浓落天色微摇，半樽清酒斟的逍遥。白衣纵马风流年少，佳人倾城回眸浅笑。玉笛声声月色皎皎，起舞翩翩轻盈窈窕。一人树下共九月老，执手暮暮朝朝。七月浓落天色微摇，半樽清酒斟的逍遥。白衣纵马风流年少，佳人倾城回眸浅笑。玉笛声声月色皎皎，起舞翩翩轻盈窈窕。一人树下共九月老，执手暮暮朝朝。
梨花飘落在你窗前，画中一人在闺中月。谁把思念轻描淡写，只想留住时间为你穿越。我听不白墙青瓦的屋檐，等你撑伞走过我身边。古镇上水架低垂烟，在为我们酝酿当年的月圆。
一双鸳鸯戏在雨中打水面，就像思念苦里透着甜。我不问弱水三千，几人能为我愿？轮回百转，只求陪你续前缘。一曲琵琶弦断邂逅的孤绝，爱的桥段叫我怎么写？待落水三千，若能把那情深湮灭，前世亏欠我愿等来生再还。
专科离别烟雨江南，你的美我不忍 吹皱岁月的脸，红尘笑看偏偏为你眷恋。你手绣梅花报春的眉间，溢满永世不悔的无限。海坊上斑驳的记载，可是你为等我刻下的誓言。
一双鸳鸯戏在雨中打水面，就像思念苦里透昨天。我不问弱水三千，几人能为我愿？轮回百转之前，陪你续前缘。一曲琵琶弦断邂逅的不见，爱的桥段叫我怎么写？若水三千，若能把那情深延，前世亏欠我愿等来生再还。
一翔牛逼啊！这局能吃分了。一啊，这局能吃分了。一啊，这局能吃分了。皮丘，难吗？一翔？等级好，第二次世界观。小锤80，大锤800。
So this is now 16/3 integral from pi over 2 to 0. And why did I do this cosine? Sorry, I haven't done this
sine, not sine squared.
Yeah, I wanted to put here sine theta, and then the integral is cosine theta d theta. And then this goes from 0 to 1. And
Can you x equals sine theta? What's the value that you wrote right just before that?
Where?
Where you have the substitution that you're doing there, where you have x equals to something sine theta.
2 sine theta.
2 sine theta. Thank you.
And then the x is 2 cosine theta d theta. I know why I wrote. And then, sorry, you can do it the other way too. It's just not. I don't know why I did it that way. Usually you use sine theta and not cosine theta. But I mean, either way works. But this is better. This is the way we taught it. So then this becomes
这个没什么用的。
for cosine squared theta.
本来文来了。
And then you have 2 cosine theta d theta, yeah. And sorry, and theta goes from 0 to pi over 2. So 4 to the 3 halves is 8. So it's another 16, right? Times 2. And then I have cosine.
Why are you complaining? It's not
cosine squared. So
what the fuck?
This becomes just cosine.
Okay, I know why I'm complaining now.
Cosine to the power of 4 theta.
真的吗？
Theta.
我只能来点恶心的了呀！你要这么搞我。
So this is another 16, right? 16 times 16 over 3. And then I have to, this is 0 to pi over 2. And remember for the power cosine to the power 4, you would use that reduction formula, or you have to use the double angle formula.
莫德凯撒说出来了，
So let's use the double angle
上吧。
formula. Cosine squared is basically 1 plus cosine of 2 theta over 2. So you can do it like this. So 1 plus cosine 2 theta over 2. So
留了个
that's
莫德凯
basically
撒，
cosine squared. So here you have 16 times 16 over 3, and then this becomes 4, and then you are integrating from 0 to
sorry 皎月，
pi over 2.
哇，有
1
T 模
plus
了，
2
这笔
cosine
有点模，
2 theta plus cosine
有
squared
点
of 2
涂鸦
theta
不要，
d theta, and now you have to integrate this. This integral will be 0, actually, I can already tell.
这装备可以学
And
啊，
then
华的，
for cosine of squared of 2 theta, you can again write it as 1 plus cosine 1 plus cosine 4 theta over 4. No, sorry, 1 plus cosine 4 theta over 2. Sorry. So this integral will also be 0.
普通蓝吧，
It's just of yourself. You of that yourself.
给我爬
So， basically, what you have is 16 times 16
哎，
over
看来这局不
3
给我那
times
个
4
莫德
times
凯撒
then you are
流血
integrating
剑，
the function 1 plus 1 half,
科技
so
枪合
that's
不出
3
来，
halves, right? So the integral of 3 halves is basically
没有科
3
技枪也不
halves
怕，
theta.
.算了，拿这个。来轮分类工也有用，没那么强。
So it is basically 16 times 16 over 3 times 4 times 3 halves times 5 over 2. So this obviously cancel each other. This 4, this, so it's 16 pi.
Ooh, okay. I think I got lazy then.
I don't blame you in this problem, but yeah, I think that's a pretty plausible explanation.
Yeah, okay. Like I know I've seen all of that before. I know I technically should know how to do all of that. I think I just didn't expect that I was going down the right path with it, but okay.
Yeah.
哇，赫菲留斯好怕那个什
Yeah,
么
I
呀？
mean, the
一下，
most
赫菲
important
留
thing
斯好
was
怕
just
普
to
希这种。
recognize that yes, this looks ugly, but it can be written just like this, as 2/3 of that.
Yeah, that was the exact point when I sort of dropped it. So
Yeah.
that was the crux of it for me.
感觉5杠2可以上9，这局可以
Okay.。
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
嗯
不急，这样
no
的话就
problem.
不急了。你怎么一直在
Any other questions? We
Oh,
have
yeah.
a couple more minutes before the
速
class starts.
作用？这个我真的不知道。草节省。哎，哦，上面那只
What
我以为
homeworks
更
do you
重一
think
点。
are left in
有
the
一说
term since there's only like 2 weeks left? Probably like 3 or 4.
Well, I mean,
不
we
过大
have,
纲手是真
I
的
want
重
to
有一
cover,
说一。
so today we are going to cover 2 sections, and then so that completes this chapter, and then we have 3 more lessons that I wanted to cover. So I mean, obviously, I cannot, even though I want the last. I mean, the reason is that I want to get to something where I can. So
Because I
it
know we don't have that
depends.
many classes left, and are we
Yeah,
gonna
but
do
we-
a review for the final? The couple
你
classes
想
before?
艾翁厉害还是
well,
I think we did
还
that
是
last time. We
那
did like the
个
one class before the final. We did the
不
review
行要
of
上艾
the
翁，我
we
确实
practice.
basically have 4 lessons left, right? Today,
Oh
yeah,
shit，
yeah,
没有
I will do the review. I think I can be done and then be able to just do the review on Thursday next week. And the
Okay.
exam is then the Tuesday the following week, right? So we have 3 more days of just lecture, right? And I also have to give you the 4th quiz, which I might give you on that Thursday together with it just before the review.
As an extension to that
5
question,
杠3升8
will
全
we
额啦。
have, 5 to 7 days between a homework assignment being due and the final?
Well, the final is on
That Tuesday, so I'm just wondering if we're gonna have, because usually each week we have 2 homework assignments due on Sunday, which could be a
Yeah.
lot if
Oh,
we're
you
doing
don't
2
have.
homework assignments and then 2 days later we have the final,
那只能把你预约送走。
Yeah.
which is cumulative.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously will then, I might just assign that last homework as extra credits.
Okay,
So people who feel ambitious and want that extra credit, I mean, meaning it won't be counted as,
64
assigned, but if you
There
did
you go,
it,
you go to-
it's gonna get your score over,
画龙
the,
族
the
So-
possible
多
max,
钱
yeah.
就
yeah,
说
the
少。
possible max. That's right. So I think that's a
直播嘛，
fair
感
way
觉
to
直
do
播
it
会
because
降
I
低我的
really,
运
everyone
气。
gets the chance to do it, but it's not required.
Yeah, because I think having the choice to redistribute my time so that I can focus on some of the older material is going to be pretty useful for me.
So the final is on the 18th, I believe.
Okay, so
Someone just asked
那就可以直
when
播
the
了。
final is, and even I think I announced it a couple times, but it's in 2 weeks on the 18th. And the quiz will be the last quiz will be on the 13th.
Is the final during class? Yeah, I was just gonna
Yeah.
ask that. Okay, like
Yeah.
last time. Got it.
No，
Just like the last time, yeah, during class. So yeah,
主要是我没钱排呀，没有。
what time is the final? During our normal time. Remember, final, I make it worth. So it's only worth as much as midterm, which I believe. How did I do it this time? I made homework worth more. I believe. Well, you have to look at the syllabus that I sent you, but the final and the midterm are worth the same,
脚月死太慢了。
and it's the same amount of time.
So will that last topic that the homework will be optional for be on the final as well?
Yes, but I will make it very specific what kind of question I want you to know how to answer. So
Okay.
I will put it on a midterm review or final review, sorry, and I will not deviate from that type of question. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Yeah,
So
thank you.
It's not a bunch that you need to learn, but it's just one specific kind of problem.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, homework is 40%, and both tests are 40%, 20%. So that's 80, and then quizzes are also another 20%. Thank you, Laura. That's exactly right. All right. If there are no more questions, what are topics for next quiz? Well, basically from where we stopped last time till well, we still have 3 lessons to go. So I will announce the topics just the class before the quiz. But basically, it's always from the topic where we stopped for the previous quiz till basically what we've covered the class prior to quiz. But we are not there yet. Okay, so I want to
你
integrate
守不住的朋友，
in cylindrical and spherical coordinates, but I need to remind you or teach you what cylindrical and spherical coordinates are. So in 3 dimensions, you remember how you have radial coordinates? So let me actually talk about that a little bit. So, or polar coordinates, sorry. So if you have a point XY, and this is its distance from the origin that we denote by r, and this angle is theta. So r and theta uniquely determine the position of the point, so they can be used as coordinates that we call polar coordinates. So there should be an easy transition between in both directions, right? Between Cartesian coordinates and polar coordinates. And what are the formula that we use for this? I'll remember that r is square root of x squared plus y squared, and then theta tangent inverse of y over x. So this is how to switch if you know Cartesian coordinates.
同行辍学，哎呀，这有比这更恐怖的事情吗？
And the other way around, if you know r and theta, the formulas are that x is r cosine theta and y is r sine theta. So these are pretty straightforward formulas. And this is in R2.
我觉得这跟我同行天赋没有什么区别。
You have this. So what about R3? So one way would be if you have a point x,
天
y,
使
z,
出来，把它文
to
走，
project it
把它文走吧。
onto the point Q that just is basically
抽
in
不
the
出来。
xy plane. So it has coordinates
说个
x,
笑
y,
话
and 0.
我直播到现
So
在，
this xy can be expressed as in polar coordinates, right? So x can be r. So this is r
哦，
cosine
它在 low，
theta
估计
and
在
y
low
is r sine theta. Theta is this guy here, right? That's your
这个
theta.
31选的谁都打
R
不
is
过
your
我第二。
distance of the projection of P that we call Q. And
我
what
很希望
about
他打得
Z?
过，但是他不
Well,
可
why
能打
not keep Z the same? So Z
8
is
选
basically
世界
Z.
真有你的。
That coordinate is the same in Cartesian and this what we call cylindrical coordinate representation. So cylindrical
两星天使
coordinates are not very
什么运
different
气？
from polar coordinates. The height Z is basically kept the same, but x and y are expressed in polar coordinates. So together, these three are now called cylindrical coordinates. So let me go here and show you this picture because they do it much nicer. The reason why they're called cylindrical coordinates, let me see if you guys are here because you guys are quiet.
哎，我吃了，运气也有点好。
So you see, if I put a point P, a point P immediately gives you a cylinder, right? So if you go around
啊，刺客全后
at
置
the，same distance from the z-axis, you get a circle
随时
sitting at
学
that
好
level
马
of
事
z,
情，顶
and
着
then
它
if
干
you
就好
shift
了。
that circle up and right and down, you get this cylinder. So so basically, that's or another reason why this is called cylindrical coordinates. You'll see it in a moment. That equation r equals a constant gives you a cylinder. So all of the points on this cylinder have the same distance from the z-axis. So so basically, the equation of a cylinder is given to you in cylindrical coordinates as r equals a constant.
一锤一个，
So
直接啊
again,
Good
what
game,
cylindrical
sir.
coordinates are is you project P onto a Q in the XY axis or XY plane. You compute R as the distance from Q
刺
to
激
the
了一
origin.
下，
So
去
basically
个
as
office hour
square root of x squared plus y squared. And theta is the angular coordinate of that point Q in the xy plane. So it's relatively simple. So and the conversion formulas are very similar to the conversion formulas from polar
啊，
coordinates,
直播
right?
下了，要
I
去
told you. So
干嘛？
if I give you the cylindrical coordinates theta, r, and z, the way to compute x, y, and z is obviously z, and x, y. These are the same formulas from the conversion in polar coordinates. And the other way around, if I give you x and y and z and ask you to compute r theta and z, again z, and these are the conversion formulas for polar coordinates for
完
the
了，
point
苟一下，
x, y.
搞快点，继续啊！
Here you don't have to learn any
你不把第一个倒钩打
spectacularly
了
new
先？
formulas. You just have to kind of think of cylindrical coordinates as polar coordinates plus the z coordinate
这铁男真的
which you
强，
don't change. So how would this work in
就
practice?
所选能力
Let's
太
try to
厉害了，
convert
打不
this
过我
point
敲了你几个
into,
前排，你也没有那么
Cartesian
厉害。
coordinates. So if I give you r theta z to be 2, 3 pi over 4, 5, z, right? So that coordinate does not change. And x is r cosine theta, which here is r is 2. So it's 2 cosine of the angle, and you get that to be negative square root of 2. And y is r sine theta, and that you would compute as square root of 2. Right? So again, the representation or the interpretation of these things is that you project P onto this point, and these are the negative square root of 2 and square root of 2 are coordinates of the projection. And this is the other way around. Find cylindrical coordinates for the point with rectangular coordinates, negative square root of 3 times negative 3 square root of 3, negative 3, 5. So z is z. So you see 5 is 5. The formula for r is square root of x squared plus y squared. So it's square root of this squared plus this squared, which is 6. And theta is found from this equation. Tangent of theta is y over x. So basically this over this, which is 1 over square root of 3. And then you take tangent inverse, and that gives you 2 possible values, right? So it can be pi over 6 and 7 pi over 6. When you take both of these have tangent of 1 over square root of 3. And which one do you take? Well, you look at the quadrant that this is in. So this in the xy axis. So in the xy axis, negative, negative is the third quadrant. And this angle is in the third quadrant. So you toss this one out and you take 7 pi over 6. Because that's the angle in the third quadrant that whose tangent, so the tangent is what we need it to be. And so you did the same procedure. You run into this same problem in polar coordinates, right? If you try to solve this equation, this always has 2 values because the period of tangent is just pi. So you always get 2 possible values when you solve this equation to get theta, and then you have to keep the one that corresponds to the quadrant in which you can easily see your original point is, right? You look at the first two coordinates, they're both negative. That's the third quadrant. Third quadrant has to be, so you have to be in between pi and 3 pi over 2, which this value
Hey
is.
Kevin,
Oh, okay.
I need you to leave for
Questions?
like another 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay, this shouldn't be too hard.
Oh, just a quick one.
Yeah.
In slide
You
4
想
of
牛逼啊。
19,
怎么一
it
堆
shows
15
that
级的
the
呀？
key point is 5 for that, but it doesn't look like it goes up to 5 on the z-axis. Is that just a bad visualization?
Here,
怎么打不过呀？这么难的吗？
Right,
Or
I just
here.
meant on that one, on this slide that you're currently on.
it does go to 5.
That red line. Oh,
Gay,
oh, I
gay.
see. Yeah, I
给
was
给
thinking about
手
it
写
in the
了。
wrong
Yeah.
dimension. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the height. I mean, z,
哇，无
you
敌了，
basically find the polar coordinates of the x, y,
这是
point
特工手吗？
and
我
then
记得
keep
是
the
个右。
z coordinate the same. I mean, it's just very simple if you think about it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
是什么喇叭
To
牙
me,
事
this
件？
is on the
哦，还
same
没到
level.
喇叭
But
牙。
oh, actually, you're right. Because 5 should
Because
be
it's-
here.
Right, because that's the joint.
Yeah.
That's what I thought, at least.
哇，
Yeah,
这是什么？
you're right. Totally right.
跟他对话一下。啊，
Okay.
这我以
Uh,
为他送给你，
so
我
what
靠
are remember what are the level surfaces? What are the level surfaces for x, y, z coordinates? What does x equals 5 represent, for example? Plane, right? X equals 5 is a vertical plane that's perpendicular to the x-axis, right? Y equals 5 is a vertical plane that's perpendicular to the y-axis, right? And z equals 5 would be a horizontal plane. So x equals a constant, y equals a constant, z equals a constant in Cartesian coordinates are planes, either vertical or horizontal planes. So what do you think r equals constant is? Theta equal
哦
constant.
，shit，还
and
能
z
带
equal
看火
constant.
果，这么有钱，
So z
来
equal
选两个
constant
粉，
is still a
选两
plane,
个粉。
but r
Okay.
equals constant is, as
怎
I
么
said,
鬼？
a cylinder, because it's all the points whose r represents basically the distance from the
为
z-axis.
什么要打双
So
打？
all the points that have the same distance from
你
the
你一个一个
z-axis
点不就是
are
单打了吗？为什么要打双打？
are basically cylinder. So now that level surface is no longer a plane, but it's a cylinder. And what is the level surface where theta is constant?
他这种族值这么低，会来送的吗？
So that's this green thing here. All the points
全是
on
种族
this
低低
green
的，
half
可以的。
plane, you see it's a half plane that extends from z-axis in some direction. All of the points in the green
拿个路
half
卡利
plane
欧出来
have
才
the
正
same
常。
angle coordinate theta.
这我有什么？
Right, that makes
什么
sense. If you project that point onto the xy axis,
什么垃
that's
圾？
just always they all have to the same polar coordinate theta naught.
刚刚应该你把劲敌打完了，
So
那个 cap 就
just
开
think
了。
about it that z equals some z naught
为什么你他妈
Still
16级就有突击的？
horizontal plane. R equals R naught is a cylinder of radius R naught.
他妈的，对着飞行器出鞭子
And
真的可以。
theta equals theta naught is a half plane. That looks like this, right? Like the green one here. So the brown
就是
one
上
is
课嘛，话说。
z equals z naught. The blue one is r equals r naught, and the green one is theta equals theta naught. Oh. Okay.
可以。哎，你
So
这不
now you
看
can
剧情吗？
also
这么好
ask。yourself what the equations are of some surfaces. So what is a
哦，这
sphere
是阿
in
尔宙斯。
cylindrical coordinates? How would you find that out? And you see, they're not asking for a whole
我们的
sphere,
路还
but
很
this half sphere that's above the xy plane. So you use the formula
这
that
不
x
肯定飞
squared
行
plus
器吗？
y
第二次
squared
肯
is
定
r
是。
squared, right? So when you
完了。
plug in that into
完
your
了。
x squared plus y squared plus z squared
完
equals
了。
9, that's a
为什么
sphere.
妙花草
Let
会
me
被
actually
睡
do
眠？
this.
我
So if
靠！
you have x squared plus y squared plus z squared equals 9. This is a sphere of radius 3.
为什么不轮换呀？
Square root of this is your radius of the sphere. So this guy here is
反正
r squared. So this is r squared
你让
plus
那
z
个蜗
squared
牛扛着
equals
下不
9.
好吗？真的是。
So you express this in cylindrical coordinates already,
你妈的！
except that we also we are looking for the base of the sphere that's above the xy
这给你
plane.
个传动绳
So you
啊！
can solve for z here, and z is plus or minus square root of 9 minus r squared. But since z is
吵闹
positive,
是
I'm
什
not
么？
interested in this negative
他
part.
是妖精吗
So？ it's just positive square root of 9 minus r squared. So this is basically the equation of the
是
upper
西西吗？
sphere
是
of
西西
radius
赶紧
3
学。
in cylindrical coordinates. And what about the plane x plus y plus z equals 1? What does that look like
这
in
个东西也
cylindrical
抓有什么
coordinates?
意义吗？
Remember, z is z, x is r cosine theta,
哦，那就
y
是
is
炮
r
灰懂
sine
了，
theta,
原来
plus
是个炮
z
灰，
equals 1. So this is already
直接
the
把它起
equation
名成
in
为炮灰，好吧？ 我往
cylindrical
上爬
coordinates.
了，哎，
You might want to express it so I can factor out here r. So I have r cosine theta plus sine theta equals 1 minus z. And you can divide by this if you want to. So you can write r equals 1 minus z over cosine theta plus sine theta. So you can write the equation. So you
有
see, it's
人
a
那要等
complicated,
啊，
all of a sudden, a very pretty equation for the plane became an ugly equation for the same plane.
你可以看
So
攻略这个讲
that
的
should also demonstrate to you that some objects, some surfaces are better described in regular Cartesian coordinates, while some are better described in cylindrical coordinates. So, I mean, this is another way to express z in terms of r and theta. That's what I did here. I expressed r in terms of z and theta. Questions? Okay. If I were to ask you to graph this equation, z equals r squared, of course, one way would be to express it in terms of Cartesian coordinates, and then this is obviously a paraboloid facing up. But another thing would be to look at this equation in without converting it to Cartesian coordinates, just look at it at its cylindrical coordinates, and then realize that the equation doesn't depend on theta. And if an equation doesn't depend on theta, then it means that it's rotationally invariant. If you rotate it, rotate the surface around the z axis, the surface doesn't change, right? So it's basically symmetrical with respect to the z-axis. The graph is symmetrical with respect to the z-axis. So it suffices to just graph the equation in, let's say, yz coordinates, and then rotating that curve, you get the paraboloid. So that would be another way of graphing without converting to cylindrical coordinates. So whenever you have an equation and theta doesn't show up in the equation, that means that that surface is symmetrical with respect to the z-axis, or rotationally invariant, meaning when you rotate it around the z-axis, you always get the same surface. Okay, so cylindrical coordinates, easy. Spherical coordinates, a little harder. They are called cylindrical because I will have a new radius that I will now denote by rho, and a rho equals constant is a sphere. Remember how I just told you that r equals a constant in cylindrical coordinates. This is in cylindrical coordinates a cylinder, and rho equals constant in spherical coordinates is going to give you a sphere. So that's why you call it spherical coordinates. So in cylindrical coordinates, I had an angle, a radius, and a height. And here I will have two angles and a radius. But the radius won't be the distance in cylindrical coordinates. The radius is the distance from the z-axis. Here, the radius will be the distance, this rho will be the distance from the origin. Okay, so this is the picture. So I have a point P. Again, I can project it into the XY plane onto the point Q. So the coordinates now are that you will be using are theta, which is basically the polar coordinate of a Q. So that's going to be one angle. The other angle will be what we called the declination, the angle of declination. So this is, basically measures how much the ray through P declines from the vertical. So it's the angle that this ray forms with the z-axis. So this is your phi, or the angle of declination. And then rho is now not the distance from the z-axis, but rather the distance from the origin. So basically you have, let me erase this and show you the picture again. So instead of x, y, z, I have now, in what order do we write them? Rho, theta, and phi. So these are your spherical coordinates. So theta is the polar coordinate of the projection. Theta is the angle of declination, which measures the angle between the positive z-axis and the ray passing through P. And rho is obviously the distance from the 0, 0 point. By the way, so rho is positive because it's a distance. Theta is like before an angle between 0 and 2 pi. And phi, this angle phi, which, let's write it like this. Phi is sometimes written like this, and sometimes it's written like this. Well, let's write it like this, so not to confuse you. But you see, this is different, so you can write it like this. So anyway, let me write it the way they write it. So phi, the angle phi is, you see, if you are on the positive z-axis, the angle is 0. That phi is 0. If you are on, if P is on the xy plane, the angle is pi over 2, and if the point is on the negative z-axis, the angle is pi. So phi doesn't go from 0 to 2 pi, but rather goes from zero, just from 0 to pi. So that's the difference between theta and phi. Theta is understood as an angle between 0 and 2 pi, between 0 and 360 degrees, while phi is understood as an angle between 0 and pi, basically between 0 and 180 degrees. Zero phi, zero angle of declination means you are on the positive z-axis, and pi or 180 degrees means you are on the negative z-axis. And 90 degrees, it means you are on the xy plane.
So I understand why. I mean, I understand mathematically why that's true, but why do we write it that way? I mean, why would we write theta where you can go into the negative quadrants as 0 to 2 pi, and then
so you want to be able to hit every quadrant, right? So
right.
If you are going around the z-axis, there is 4 quadrants. How many octants are there?
8, right?
8. So it's 2 times 4. So theta puts you in 4 quadrants, and then phi puts you times those 4 by 2 to get 8.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So it's just not redundant.
So exactly. So you don't want to repeat. So the first quadrant has theta in between 0 and 90, and so first octant has let me actually write all those octants for you. So the first octant, well, maybe not all of them, but just to get an idea, theta is in between 0 and 90, and phi is in between 0 and 90, right? Second, theta is in between 90 and 180, and phi is in between 0 and 90. Third, theta is in between 180 and 270, and phi is in between 0 and 90. Fourth octant, theta in between 270 and 360, phi in between 0 and 90. And then fifth, which is basically if you go that way, so if this is now the one below the first, would be then phi in between 0 and 90, but now phi in between 90 and 180. And so the rest of them have phi in between 90 and 180. So you basically got all 8 octants. So, does that answer?
Yes, it does.
Laura? Okay. So, and this is basically now the formulas. So how do we convert from one to another? So again, I can project P onto Q, right? But remember, rho is not R. Now you have 2 different radii. R is not necessarily, it still means something, but it's not a spherical coordinate. R is the distance of the projection from the origin. And how do you compute that R? Well, look at this triangle here, which is right triangle, this one here. Obviously, Z can be computed as, because Z is adjacent to phi, it's rho cosine phi, and because R is opposite of phi, R is sine. So sorry, and there is, this should be phi. This is a mistake here. So if you just look at this triangle that has angle phi in here, and it's a right triangle, obviously Z is the hypotenuse rho times cosine phi, and R is the hypotenuse rho times sine phi. So once you have R, which is rho sine phi, so the the polar coordinates of this Q are basically R, which is rho cosine phi, and then theta. Okay. So what are the formulas? So notice that this is R. So X is R cosine theta, just like for polar coordinates, but R is rho sine theta. So basically X turns into rho sine theta cosine theta. Y is R sine theta as before for polar coordinates, but because R is rho sine theta, Y becomes rho sine theta sine phi sine theta. And then Z is rho cosine theta. So these are the conversions from spherical to Cartesian. And the other way around, obviously, the distance from the origin is given through this formula. Tangent theta is y over x, right? That's just like polar coordinates. And now cosine theta can be computed from this, right? As z over cosine inverse of z over rho. So these are your rectangular to spherical conversions. So let me just write it one more time. So remember, I compute from that upper triangle. So if you have, so if this is your phi, and this is your r, and I should probably also put r. Let me just see how I do this. Okay. This is 9 degrees, right? So you see here, and this is your Z. So from this triangle, you have that Z is, and this is rho here. So, sorry. Z is rho cosine phi, and then R is rho sine phi. So since X is R cosine theta, that is R is this, right? So you get rho sine theta, rho sine cosine theta. Sorry, no, rho sine. What am I doing here? This is what I did wrong. So rho sine phi cosine theta. Y is R sine theta, which is rho sine phi sine theta. And then finally for Z is rho cosine phi. So obviously these are a little harder to remember, but you know, I would make an effort. It can be useful. So, and the other way around is, so obviously rho, it can be computed as x squared plus y squared plus z squared, square root of that. Theta, just like before, tangent inverse of, or let me actually write tangent theta is y over x. And then phi from this formula here. So sine phi, no, actually better than this, better the one with z. So cosine phi is,
Sorry, just to confirm, where rho is the magnitude of the declination vector?
rho is the distance of the point from the origin. So rho is the distance of P from O origin. So it's basically square root of x squared plus y squared plus z squared. So that's one coordinate. Another coordinate is theta, which is basically the polar coordinate, just like before, just for cylindrical. Now you would have the other polar coordinate r, but that r is not a spherical coordinate, but it can be useful. So r is basically rho sine phi. Okay, and then phi is the declination angle, i.e. the angle between positive z-axis and the ray passing through OP, or basically P. So here, there are again, right?
Mm-hmm.
P, rho is the distance between the origin and P. Theta is the angle coordinate, polar coordinate for the point xy in the xy plane. And phi is this declination angle, i.e. angle between positive z-axis and the ray passing through P. Okay.
Yep.
So let's do a problem. If I'm given this, so radius is 3, theta is pi over 3, and phi is pi over 4. Find x, y, and z. Sorry about that. So x is rho sine phi cosine theta. So rho is here, 3, sine of phi, sine of pi over 4, and cosine of theta, cosine of pi over 3. So it's just a matter of plugging in really easily, right? The hard part is memorizing these formulas. So this is sine phi, sine theta, plug in, and then cosine theta. The way I memorize it is the following. You first put sine twice for phi, followed by cosine, and then for x and y, I put cosine sine, and then nothing. Okay. So now, if you are given P in a rectangular or Cartesian coordinates, rho is the square root of this squared plus this squared plus this squared, right? Which you get 5. Tangent theta is y over x. So tangent theta is negative square root of 3. Again, you have 2 thetas that have that tangent, one angle here and one angle here. But where is this point? In which quadrant? It says positive x-axis and negative y-axis. So that puts you in the basically 4th quadrant. And so this is the right angle for the 4th quadrant, 5 pi over 3. And then phi cosine phi is z over rho, 3/5. So here, phi is cosine inverse of that. Here, you don't have to worry about finding 2 values, right? Because for phi, you only take, only the 1st and the 2nd quadrant come into question. And cosine inverse of a number is basically in one of the first 2 quadrants. So you don't have to do that game that I just had to play with theta because there are 2 values that have the same tangent. Here, you just basically take the cosine inverse and you don't worry about the quadrants. Again, so what are those level surfaces in spherical coordinates? So rho equals a constant is what? Everything is at the same distance, right? From the origin, and that's a sphere. When theta is constant, then I get that half plane just like I did for cylindrical coordinates, right? All of these points on the z on this z, sorry, not z, the half plane have the same theta. The projection has the same onto the xy plane has the same angle. And what is phi not equal a constant? You get this cone, right? Everything from this cone, this blue cone, has the same declination angle phi naught. So now the surfaces are sphere, half plane, and cone. And remember what they were for cylindrical coordinates? They were cylinder, half plane, and basically a horizontal plane. So now it's a bit different, right? And why am I saying this? Because as I again said, this should give you an idea when which coordinate system to use. So the rectangular coordinates are the best to express planes. Why? Because planes, especially x equals constant, y equals constant, z equals constant, those are the easiest to express in rectangular coordinates. What are the spherical coordinates good for? Well, they are good for expressing the equations of a sphere and cone like this. And what are cylindrical coordinates best at? Well, expressing equations of cylinders, right? So if you are working with cylinders, maybe cylindrical coordinates would be the best. If you are working with spheres, or if the spheres come into play, then maybe spherical coordinates are the best. And if you are working with planes, planes actually have ugly formulas in spherical and cylindrical coordinates, but they have nice formulas in rectangular coordinates. So if I ask you to express a sphere, spherical coordinates, it's just basically rho squared equals that number 9 or rho equals 3. So the equation of the sphere of radius 3 is very simple. It's just rho equals 3. What if I have this? This is basically a hyperboloid. So what will this look like in spherical coordinates? So let's try to do it. So z squared. So z equals x squared minus y squared. Just checking if you guys are here. So what is the equation of z? Well, I wrote it here, right? Rho cosine phi. X is, you can actually use r first, but then you have to express r. So let me use r first, even though r is not one of the coordinates, but it can be helpful. So especially in memorizing. So it's r squared cosine squared theta minus r squared sine squared theta. And now you can use the formula for r, that it's rho sine phi. So you get rho cosine phi is rho squared sine squared phi. And you can actually factor this out, right? And then you have cosine squared minus sine squared. So you can divide by rho. So you get that cosine theta is rho sine squared theta, and cosine, sorry, you have to be careful. Don't do what I'm doing, is that I'm constantly mixing my phi and my theta. It's very important to keep them apart. And cosine squared sine squared is cosine of 2 theta. So this is the equation of that. Now you can maybe divide by this, and you can write the equation as rho is cosine, and you see I did the same thing here. This is phi. Rho is cosine phi over sine squared phi cosine 2 theta. So maybe express it like that, even though it doesn't really make a difference. That's what I did here too. But obviously you can express it like this. If you divide by that, this formula is valid only as long as the denominator is different from 0, and the denominator is different from 0 for these values of theta.
So Professor, what makes this a more natural expression for
this is not a more natural expression
okay.
For this hyperboloid, right? It's really not.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, these I mean, sometimes you know, the reason why we are learning this is because we are going to be doing integration, and in integration you will have to recognize, you know, what is the most natural way to compute the integral and which coordinates are the most natural ones to use. This almost suggests that you shouldn't really use spherical coordinates to express this hyperboloid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna let you you know, read this on your own, what the connection is with, you know, like latitudes and stuff like that. So I wanted to also, what is this one? Graph the surface corresponding to the equation. Okay, so if I give you an equation, r equals secant phi, maybe that has a more natural expression in rectangular coordinates. So what would you do there? well, obviously you can write secant theta as 1 over cosine theta, and you can multiply by cosine theta. You can get rho cosine theta equals 1, right? So you basically just multiply this entire equation by cosine, not theta, phi. So r cosine phi equals 1. And what is this? This is the formula for z. So if you saw this, you would never recognize that's simply the plane z equals 1. See, z equals 1 has this expression in cylindrical coordinates. And that's it. So let's now go to integration again and see how this so where are we now? Chapter. So this was 12.
15.3 or 15.4.
Yeah, we're in 15. Sorry, yeah, 15. So let's go to integration and
来了，
triple integrals. Okay, here.
哎，抓小电丝，这个版本小电丝很厉害。
Okay, so first of all, first we are working with, we are in 2 dimensions. So forget for a
他妈的
second,
怎么
just think
四
back to
级啊？你
polar
到底在
coordinates,
干
which
嘛
I
现
started
在？
out with. Forget for a second cylindrical and
你还没打完这边
circle
吗？
coordinates. So in polar coordinates, so basically this is a polar
这
rectangle.
就是工具
Why
人
do
嘛。
I call it the rectangle? My theta coordinate goes from one constant to another, and my radius goes from one constant to another. So it's basically this rectangle, theta 1, comma theta 2 times r1, r2.
Making history.
Right. So this is a rectangle, but it doesn't look like a rectangle because it's a polar rectangle. And that polar rectangle looks like this, right? See this region R? For that region R, theta goes from one theta 1 to another
对，这一起
theta
打完。
2, and radius goes from one radius to another radius. So we only call it a rectangle
哇，
because
可以的。
polar coordinates belong to a rectangle, but corresponding rectangular
建议
coordinates
练一个带小
Cartesian
小偷的
coordinates
怪，
now belong to something
你就可以
that's
疯狂偷野生精灵的东
like
西。
this, right? It's basically a sector. I would call this a sector.
这么狠吗？
So if you want to integrate a function f of x and y
建议拿野怪当
over something that
什么？
looks like this, you basically do it using Fabini's theorem. So basically you plug in polar coordinates into your function f, right? That's one thing. Once you have polar coordinates in f instead of x and y, your polar coordinates one goes from r1 to r2, and the other one goes from theta 1, theta 2. And you are almost done, except there is one more thing that you have to remember to do. Remember what you had before here, dA. And dA was dx dy for us when we use the Fabini's theorem. Well, dA in polar coordinates is not d theta dr, but it's dA
哎 ，final 要拿 A
R
minus 才
times
能拿到 A
dr
minus。
d theta. So there is this extra r. So let me just
差不多吧。
so instead of, remember what we did before to compute this integral.
是为什么卡了呀？什么情况？
So y x would go from some x not or let's say AB. And Y would go from some CD, right? So that's what I had before. And this was my dA. Now for polar coordinates, first of all, X and Y are cosine theta and are sine theta. So R now goes from, let's say, R1 to R2, and theta goes from theta 1 to theta 2, and dA is now R times the the RD theta. This is dA. So when you change coordinates, when you make a
现在是
transformation,
第二回合，给黑
change
蓝
of
就玩摇
coordinates is
机，
we
给黑
call it
蓝就直
mathematics
接
a
直接莫德
transformation
凯撒，
or change in
没有莫德凯
variables.
撒就玩大爷。
Change in variables changes your
三套
the
阵容，
formula for your
如果都没有，我就直接第八。
element of area element. So there is a more general
那
formula
就速八
how
呀，
to compute the
打不过呀。
dA for change in variables. But just remember, so this is an important one, that for polar coordinates, basically
你
dA
劲敌进化
is
了，
R
哦，不是你劲敌。
dr d theta. So this is your formula. So it's relatively simple. The only thing to remember is this. And why is this the case? Let me prove that for just a second. So what's dA here? It basically means if you change theta by a little bit, d theta, and r by a little bit, this dr, the delta A is what you get, what you gain by increasing theta a little bit and r a little bit, which is this a little bit of a sector. And the area of that sector is the area of the bigger sector, right? The whole thing, the whole brown thing. So this is the formula for that sector minus the smaller
看到
one.
一只皮，
It's
比
this.
丘。
So if you square this, and there's actually an error here, which I discovered earlier. So if you
有
do
结
this,
石就抓了呗。
if you square this, it will cancel this guy out. And what will survive here is r dr d theta plus 1/2 dr d theta.
什么？
Okay.
有什么？
So this guy is very small. It's negligible.
Okay.
And actually, this also misses a square here. So this guy is negligible compared with the first guy. So this is very close to r dr d theta. So that's where that r dr d theta comes from. So when you see this is in delta, this is in terms of delta, but when delta goes to 0, we write d. So you get dA is r dr d theta.
It's simply impossible.
Professor, you said that there was some error in the slide.
Like,
Where was that?
So here,
only thing you can do is to make
both of these had to be multiplied by delta r.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I just fix it up while you're saying it.
Yeah, I don't know why.
而不是跟加西顿打局 hyper roll。
Okay, so this is basically again that formula, right? So no, it's not. So now, so remember, just like when we talk about integration in rectangular coordinates, you had a very simpler situation where you're just
哇，水月鱼直接定点
integrating over
抓吗？
a rectangle, but then I had a situation then where I want to integrate over something that's basically vertically simple or horizontally simple. So here I can also make it like that. For example, I can describe something where the angle
跟大
goes
师
from one
架起
angle
灯
to
下
another
棋，
angle,
这
but
种
the
人不
radius
输呀。
goes from a function that depends on the already fixed angle to another function
跟
depending
大
on
师
the
架
already
起下
fixed
棋，
angle.
这
So
怎
let me
么赢
give
呀？
you so like this. So this you see. So theta goes from fixed theta to another fixed theta, but then r. So if you are
我他
here,
妈我16
your
局第
theta
一，
is here, then you go
真的
from
假的？
a certain r that depends on theta to another r
哦，
that
包
depends on
括了
theta.
hyper roll。
So this would be called radially simple, right?
hyper roll king。 hyper roll king 朋友 hyper roll king。
Here.
哦
So
去，
this is called radially simple,
最好是拿那个
where d is described
拿大剑或者拿大棒开局最
theta
好，
is
不要拿眼泪开。
goes from
飞
some
起都拿眼
flat
泪开。
theta 1 to another flat theta 2, right?
大棒
And
开
then
最好，
once you fix
这个可以
theta
用
in that interval,
克列。
your radius goes from a radius that depends on that fixed theta to another radius that depends on that theta. So you get objects that look like this, right? It can curve radially,
啊，这不莫德
right?
凯
But
撒这
theta
局，
goes from flat to flat. So how do I integrate this? Well, the same thing I did before, right? You just have to put
这
the
你妈还有
integration
个
with respect
卡
to
利
the
斯
radius
塔在，
inside, because the order
怎么
integration
拿？你
is where
变
you
点钱
put
给我，可以的。
something that goes
老
from
魔
flat
术
to
师一
flat,
强，
from theta 1 to theta 2, and then the inner integration, you
我觉
go
得放
from
装备有
variable
一说一。
r1 of theta to variable r2 of theta. And then what you
你看
integrate is the same thing as
啊，不错，
just
不错，
before
不错。
f of
我
r
没打
cosine
用。
theta, r sine theta. So let's do an example. So if I want to, so this here is basically a rectangle in polar coordinates. Why is it a rectangle in polar coordinates? Because theta goes from flat to flat, from 0 to pi over 2, and radius
两个兵
also
女
goes
也
from
行
flat to，
拿个
flat
保镖。
to 2 over 4. So d is this basically. So here you can integrate in both
啊，
directions.
这
Doesn't matter
什
what
么
you
拉
put
改
as
啊？
the inner integration, what you put as the outer integration.
啊，这
What's the function that they want me to integrate? X plus
说
y.
真的好
What's
拉，
x plus y in
战力拉的
polar
不行。
coordinate? X is r cosine theta, y is r sine theta. You can factor out r. So r cosine
跟
theta
吸血鬼还
plus
差
sine
不
theta.
多。
So now the integral is, it doesn't matter how you do it, but let's put
这
theta
样吧，
out and radius in. And now the function that I'm integrating is r
哇，这就
cosine
5个恶
theta
魔啦！
plus
我靠，真的恶
sine
魔这个。
theta, and then you have another r from dA. So r
哦，我只能说幸好他没给装备，或者幸好
So
系
this
统
is
没
your
给他发装备。
So here it is, right? So this is the function. This r is from dA.
他应该这家应该是5级最强。
So I have r times r, which is r squared. So when you integrate this with respect to r, you get r cubed. You get this. That's your inner integral.
Oh
And now
shit！
you put that inner integral
拿这
into
个
the
吧，
outer
看来这
integral
局是白水赢了。
and integrate from 0 to pi
但是
over
这局玩
2.
不了，唉，
And this
不
is the
拿。
result of that. So this is relatively simple, right? When you integrate over these rectangles in polar
说着不拿还
coordinates,
是拿。
it's just a simple successive, or what we called iterative integral, and it doesn't even matter in which order you integrate it. Now, this is a bit more complicated. because this brown region here is, it's even almost hard to
连它
recognize,
护甲
but
的
it
减到
is
负数了。
radially simple, right?
哇操！
Because your angle goes from flat angle 0 to flat angle pi over 4.
你不会把我冰鸟秒了吧？好像真的会。
And then if you fix theta in between 0 and pi over 4,
你看那个火男的护甲
so
是
if
负
I
数
fix
的。
it here, then you go from
看一下，
something that
这是
depends
增
on
伤啊！
R to something
Wow.
else. Sorry, something that
好傻
depends on
逼啊！
theta
原来是
to something
负
else
数的，
that
我
depends on theta. If you are here, right,
我都不知道有这个效
if you
果。
fix this angle, you go from this
哇，火男原来带
radius
鬼术这
to
么厉
this
害，
radius.
可惜我没有。
So you see, this is radially simple.
Oh shit！ 来了两个好东西。
So you are integrating function x squared plus y squared to the
这有10块钱。
-2, and the region D is basically
哎，
this slice of the pizza.
我他妈猫咪大
光了
战争死掉了，我都没知道。
剃光了。
Of this circle. And what is this circle? What's the description of this circle? It's a
6级
circle
第
with
一
a
项莫德
center
凯撒，
at
就
1
第一个6块钱，
radius
不出就算了，
So it's
不
basically
不出我
x
上
minus
7D。
1 squared plus y squared equals 1. So this is
那我没办法，
the
地大眼啊，大眼和莫德凯撒得有一个。
the equation of that circle in
我吸血鬼这个也太猛了吧！
Cartesian coordinates. Okay, so let's do this. So again, it's easy to see that theta goes
That's
from flat value to flat value, from
That's
0 to pi over 4. Why? Because
为
this
什么
point
现在
按照
不出个 Daisy 啊？怎么出来
has,
的？
爆的
angle coordinate theta pi
为
equals
什么
no
为什么
theta equals pi
这一
over
波能
4.
出个 Daisy 怎么出的？
我也
Okay,
想知
so
道。
I have that, but now I have to figure out how to express R.
不好
Going
假
from this
呀！
flat, from this line to
还
this
行，
circle.
掉的
能
一点点。
这么假？
2滴血拿这个
Draw that again.
拿这个水盐，一翔你觉得赚吗？这怎么办啊？这有什么好提
就凭
升的？
这几
这零提
个
升，这零提升，这怎么办？
就凭这几灯这几个字，它就不能用
And
了。
now, once
来
you
个卡特
fix
飞来
theta
飞去算了
not,，
看看卡特秀。
死不了，
我去看一看卡特秀就
试
算了。
试。
R goes from some function R1, depending
试
on
试
theta not, to R2, depending on theta
哇，
not.
辛德拉和那个鬼叔，我屌你妈的！
Okay, so what is this first
这
boundary?
个设题
Well,
好
it's
傻逼
part
啊！
of the plane, sorry, plane,
还能负护
part
甲
of the line y equals 1. And what is the equation of
原来
y
能
equals
叠
1
加的这个人，
in polar
我觉得
coordinates? R
他有点
sine
小
theta
贪，
equals
费了2
1.
块钱不升这级。
Or if you divide by sine
如果设
theta,
题的前
get
摇
R
如果短的
equals
话就
1
好，
over
为什
sine
么要
theta,
动作这么
which is
长？
basically cosecant theta. So
What the
that's
fuck？ 这
so the
牌给
equation
的
of this
就不想
thing
赢，
is R equals
川都2
cosecant
星，
theta.
这 Jack 喜凳吗？
What's the equation
我
of
为
the
了
circle?
4厘
So
米
you
不要
go from
川
that
斗啊，
line
真的假
to
的？
the circle.
哦，然后
What's
光
the
速又
equation
卖
of
了，
the
人都没
circle?
了。你看一下我们的
This is the
哇
equation of the
蓝
circle
buff
in
蓝 buff 巨魔，
rectangular
开局把
coordinates.
别人吸人
What's the
干。
equation of the circle in polar coordinates? Well, x is cosine, so x is
有
r
毛病
cosine
吗？
把这个
theta.
卖了去看 Jack 喜凳
开
嘛。
局把人吸人干，
哎，为什么不给啊？Jack 喜凳是人干不好
You
啊？
can
他
square
不回
this
蓝的
to
是
get
傻
r
逼哦，
squared
真的。
cosine squared theta
不
minus
是
2r
啊，你把别人
cosine
吸成人
theta
干了，
plus
不
1
是？那你给个
plus
大棒
r
牌啊，反正你
squared
后面也要
sine
卖。
squared theta equals 1. Well, this
那
one
不
and
卖
this
不
one
行吗？
cancel each other out. R cosine squared plus r
为什么要
r
卖呢？
squared cosine squared plus r squared sine
不能
squared.
我不卖，
If you factor out r squared, you get cosine
准备
squared
升
plus
六了，朋
sine
友
squared,
们。
which is
一
1.
张莫德凯
So
撒或
if
者
you
一
get
张大一点
r squared minus
就足够我
2r
吃了。
cosine
你
theta
觉得上
equals
次那家那个
0.
豹女可以学一手？
You can divide by
你去
r.
追个
能稳
三星
分，
我觉得可以的。
You get that r
他
is
2星都可以的，
2
不
cosine
过他有
theta.
吸血剑，是很
So
吃
you
装
see
备。
on this circle,
他妈的比
so
别
that
人
the
多
equation
个
of
六
the
五件装备
circle
你也可以。
对，
is r equals
他就比
2 cosine
正常人
theta.
多了4、5件，没问题吧？
So the line
哎，
is
他妈的，我升六
cosecant
没
theta
人，
and the
看能
circle
不能等一下嫖战好
centered
看。
at 1, 0 is 2
人家
cosine
升
theta.
六第6块钱，
So now when
Oh,
you
fuck.
write the integral,
这些牌我可真的拿不得。
your theta goes from fixed 0 to
哇，追
pi
了！
over 4,
我不想
and
打
then
他，我靠，但我
r
又要
goes
打他
from
了。
something depends on theta. The
不对，
first
他把我
guy
连
is
胜断了，应该还没到他。
看我们的
这启
眼干花，
灯，
this
这启灯
piece
应该
of
还有
the
2局之后打。
line, which I
然后
found
这
out
些质量低
is
的打就打不过，
cosine
这些魔女
cosecant
7应该
theta.
打不过。好像
To
好像到头了呀，这启灯
piece of the
我连胜到
circle
头了，
whose equation
我
is
也是连胜到头。
2 cosine
怎么有个
theta.
Daisy 啊？
对呀、
And
他
now I have
他
to
这个
plug in
Daisy 第一次选秀都没选就出来了，感性。
into
对呀、
你也
pull
可以
coordinates
这
into
启
my
灯，
function
只
that
不
I'm
过我真的不
integrating. The
想。
function I'm integrating
不
is
想
x
不想
squared
现
plus
在
y
我升
squared
6人口
to，negative 2. X squared plus y squared is basically
虽
r
然我不
squared
行，但是 Jaxi
to
可以啊。
negative 2, so it's r to the
肯定
negative
我
出
不行，我
4
Jaxi 可不。哎，别变了！哎呀，我屌你妈的，让我扣多2滴血。
times
伏笔了，
dA,
伏
which
笔了。
is r
这个 Daisy
dr d theta. So this is
1，
the
没
setup.
错。2，没错。3，
So this
不能
就你妈给我
obviously is
这种
integral
牌，
from
我玩
0 to
你妈
pi
的！
over 4 from cosecant theta to cosine theta
我想
r to the
学习一
negative
下那个
4
老外
is r to the negative 3 dr d
我没
theta.
了，我这
So I
我这
first
连胜肯定
evaluate
保
this
不
inner
住。
integral r to the negative 3
我想
integral
抄一
of
下
that
他的
is
套路。
r to the negative 2 over negative 2.
这局你们，我觉得前5这局质量都很好，后面的质量还没起来，但是我也可能
我的质量，我的质量好吗？
Plug in 2 cosine theta, plug in cosecant theta. You get the integral. Well, I can pull out this negative 1/2. So I get r squared. So I get r to negative 2. So I get 1/4.
质量好吗？
你妈，我是这样炸的。
1/4 cosine squared theta minus.
速七。
And if I plug in cosecant theta,
速
I
七剩
get
30号，也就是说他妈的打完野怪。
1 over cosine squared is secant
我
squared.
的装备，这个什么烂装备呀、
不对，把卡特扔了不好吗？
And 1
一
over
想那个莫德带的那
cosecant
个黑暗
squared
日炎不是扣真伤吗？
is sine
然后他
squared.
用个救赎，救赎是最大的生命比来回血的，这两个装备切合起来很好。
So it's supposed to be 4. And now we
对，
integrate.
黑暗日炎
We
救赎
know how to. So the integral of secant squared is tangent. The integral of sine squared is.
是打不死人。
So let's
我他妈
think,
人
let's
没
let
这
it
了！
个这个
for
法爆嘛，
us
这个法爆
here.
能挑水。
我操，你们上面的3家也太猛了，这质量。
This guy, when you
我
integrate it,
就是抄上次那个老外那个套路，你们看到这个爆你吗？
why did I write sine squared? And
虽然莫德凯
There
特
might
带
be
了
a
个垃圾
mistake
装
when
备，
you were
但是
writing
给我
out
还是要的。
r to
没
the
事，没
negative
有了。
3 dr d theta. I
不
think
是，
it
现在
becomes
这个
r to
阶
the
段大
negative
家都会
2
抢这
dr
个，
d theta.
除非
doesn't it?
你这个游戏开
Oh
了
no,
第一、
maybe
2
I'm
天，没
sorry.
人
I
会
think
知
I
道
wrote
这个
that
是干
wrong.
嘛的。
r to the negative 3 becomes this. It's just that they wrote here
我
secant.
就他
and
妈
I
应该把卡乐
got-
换成
So I might
那个
have
日
made
文，刚刚就
a
不会掉这
mistake
么多
here.
血。
So let me just see here. No, this
所
is
以
good.
我刚才那局带了一个寒
Here,
冰，一个
when I
宝
wrote
石加个
this,
天使。
x equals 1. Oh, I made a mistake here. This was
如果
supposed to
3
be
个的话
x
是8秒，
equals 1,
2个
which
人
is
就5秒。
basically our cosine theta equals 1.
就开始
So R
开始
is
对
secant
它开始能够扛住就可以了。而且我
Theta
攀升带的是特别的
So
装备，
this guy is secant theta. Sorry about that.
我攀升又搞了另外一套装备，
So
就是
that's
那个
the
又技能
difference
会加血的，然后又带了个救赎，双救赎，然后这麻瓜兄弟互相回血。
高刮不动呀，这是什么神仙质量啊？
反正那个套路真的砍了，就是真的砍了2万伤害。我操，怎
什么
么砍
神仙呀？我他妈我不玩了，我这个我不操作了。
什么神仙啊？什么神仙啊？
So
什么
when you
神仙
integrate
不操
that,
作啊？
you get this power over 16. So one more time, just because the computation itself is not so important. What's really important here
神仙
is
他妈的刚好打到刺客。
look at this picture again. So I'm asked to
我5连
integrate
送
over
58滴血，我
this
靠！
piece here.
哇，
And
这个巨魔
this
吸了口塞恩，瞬
area
间起飞
here
了，
is radially simple.
吸
What
成
does that
人干。
mean? Radially simple.
啊，
Your
哦
theta
叶
can
帆，
go from flat theta 1 to flat theta 2. Theta 1
为什么
is
黄瓜
0,
能
theta
这么
2 is
迟才
power
吃饭？
4. And then radius goes from, if you fix the theta in between 0 and power over 4,
虽然 Jackson 明显不是这个意思。
r goes from something on this
你不
line to
是5
something
点
on
钟
this
吃饭了？我记得。
circle. And then you have to express both the equation on the
没
of
伤
the
害
line
了呀，
and
一
the
下。
equation of the
这
circle
阵容是真
凯
的厉害。
撒亮
polar coordinates.
电子龙没了，凯撒亮就从此
And then
消
use
失
the。formula.
我知道要玩什么。
Questions? All right.
凯撒
So
亮这
let's
个拉
now go
开，
to spherical coordinate. Not spherical. Cylindrical coordinates that I just
这什么
introduced
垃
to
圾
you a
装？
second ago, right?
这什
So
么
it's
垃圾
basically
装？
r, theta, and z. Z is the height, which
怎么
don't change,
活？
and r and theta are polar coordinates.
啥都没有。
So when would this
我还
be
想说我啥都
useful?
没有。
When objects over which you are integrating, when a domain that you are integrating over has axial symmetry, basically symmetry with respect to z
那有什
axis.
么办法？有啥用啥，先锁血了。
So if it has axial
有啥用
symmetry,
啥也锁不了。
symmetry with respect to the z axis, this could be
锁不了
useful.
就锁不了。
Okay, so
锁
again,
不了我也
I
没
want
办法
to。integrate something
这
that
局
is
有点
z
棒。
小局算
simple,
不算单位扣血？
right? Z goes, you fix r theta
小局
from
算
some
吗？
domain D.
这局他们都
So if
太
you
火了，
fix
没办法。
RZ
我上局吃
from
过几，这是没
so
办
r
法的事情。
theta from the domain
冰洗扣不扣
D,
血？
then your
你没
height
告
goes
诉我。
from a function of
我
r
忍
and
到
theta
现在，
to
我早
another
去
function
世
of
了，
r
丢你
and
妈
theta.
的！就你会说，
So this is called Z simple. And then the domain D can be radially simple.
真的就没有啊！我靠
So！if you have a domain that's radially simple, and
哎，
then
真的就
your
只有小局吗？我靠，这局
W is Z simple, you get something like this. So you see,
小菊不爽
theta
吗？
goes from flat to
老
flat,
爽的。
but r goes from a function of theta to a function of theta, just like in radially simple. And then z simple means that z goes from
给出
a
一个虫
function that
洞啊，
depends
给
on the
你
r
吧。
theta to a function that depends on r theta. And what is the formula now when you integrate over some box like this, some w that's like that, a function that depends on 3 variables? So the inner integration is just like before.
这有什么办法？
For z simple, we talked about this last time. So this formula is
龙
nothing
图
new.
勇
It's the
士，
same
我
formula
就是被
as
屠
for
的那
z
个。
simple regions. Last time,
哎，来了，
just
朋
that
友。
now I allow those functions to depend on polar coordinates rather than Cartesian coordinates.
也不算太差了，这质量还可以用一用，就是没有后
But
排。
now, if d is
临时
radially
买个后
simple,
排。
I just do what I did for polar coordinates. So I keep this the same, right? And then because this is radially simple, theta goes from
我
some
怎么
flat
知道
theta
啊？
1 to
有
some
啥送
flat
啥了，朋友。
theta 2. But now r goes from something that depends on theta, something that depends on theta, and then your function
所雪在
is
说
also
啊。
expressed in terms of
哦，原来还有一个在这，我看到
cylindrical
了。
coordinates, and then you have this r dz dr d theta. So that's your volume element. So an important thing here is that
黑暗
dv
蓝
is
水晶，
again
既然
r
有
找到
黑暗
一
蓝水晶，
只可以上吧。
dr d theta and dz. So again, you have this r just like in polar coordinates.
能拿一只增长吗，
So
朋友
that's your
们？
formula. So let me again write it out here.
1、2、1、2。
So theta goes from simple
哦，
from
给
theta
了
1
给了
to
给
theta
了。
2. R
那一
goes
想
from
我是现在
something that
抽了再
depends
升8
on
呀，还是升8再抽？
theta 1 and theta 2.
要不我输了就抽，输了就抽
something
2
depends on
发，
theta.
输了就抽10块钱。
And then z goes from something that depends on both r and theta.
白嫖就过分了，朋友。
I'm actually write it like this.
不能白嫖呀，一翔。不能白嫖呀，一翔。
You see, this progression makes
不能白
sense.
嫖呀，一翔。
The order integration doesn't
可以啊。
depend on anything.
一翔
The
可以抬
first
强。
one
这个给
depends on
亚
this
索就无敌啊，
choice,
看能不能
and
第
then
一
this
个莫德
depends
凯。
on both of them, right?
我觉得可以冲莫德凯撒，
And then
就
the
最多一
function
加
that
同
you're
行吧，或者甚
integrating
至没有，
has to
没
be
有，
expressed in
没有同行。
cylindrical coordinates. And then you have
一翔，你下课了，
dv,
我很好奇。
which is now r dz dr d theta.
我完了，7滴血，不多。
You can stop
要
me
地
if you
吗？
don't understand
还
something.
是打完野怪再
So
地？
Yeah, D 啊
let's say now we are integrating the function fxyz z square root of x squared plus y squared
你
over
就再
a
打一局，
cylinder,
打完
right?
野
So
怪，
this is
人
a
野怪
cylinder
升个级再地，
of radius
我不知
2,
道，
where z goes from 1 to 5.
没有
So
钱。
how do you express w? Well, because this
打完
is
野怪全地吧，
a
这样多
cylinder
多一
which
点
is
钱地。
radially symmetric
打
with
完野
respect
怪
to z
不对不
axis.
对，打完野怪
Your
40。
theta goes all the
我
way
把这个
around.
卡卖出去。
So that means your theta goes from flat 0 to flat 2 pi. If it goes all the way around, then you basically
这就不知道了。
goes from 0 to
要是能拿个戴安
5.
娜换掉这个攀升就不错。但我
Radius
把戴安娜卖掉了。
goes from 0 to 2
哎，不对
because
啊，
the
我星
radius
妈
of the
换这个不是
cylinder
更
is
好吗？
2.
操！不是星
And
妈
z
2
goes
星，
from 1 to 5.
完了
So
要被李欧
basically,
娜
a
敲死一
cylinder like
个。
this is a cube. Sorry. So this is cylinder like this, even though it looks like a cylinder, it's actually a cube
完了，李欧娜被
in
敲
cylindrical
死了。
coordinates.
哎，完了，他有个王牌溜呢，
So
这也太狠了吧。
let's express function f(x,y,z) using cylindrical coordinates. X squared plus y squared is r squared, so this is zr. And dv, as I just told
算
you,
了，我
is
打完他
r
了，至少是
dt
个好消息。
dr d theta. So now when you express it,
没有
it
通常我可以
doesn't, so
晚点抽，
because it's
不
a
过我还是得
it's
快
a
抽。
cube in in cylindrical coordinates. The order of integration doesn't matter because you don't have radially simple or z simple or anything. It goes from flat to flat.
1 2 3 4 5 6，
我发现我没有得来文，哎，操！我才发现。
Let's still keep the order of
没有
integration
后
the
排，
same as we would
好
for
难顶
something
这
that's
局。
z simple and where the domain d is
这
radially
样下
simple.
来，
So theta goes from
好
0
可
to
惜啊，
pi,
这样。
meaning all the way around. R goes from 0 to 2, z goes from 1 to 5. This is the function that you're integrating,
看一下吧。
zr, right? zr is the function that you're integrating, but you have to multiply it by another r. So that's why I have zr squared,
你看啊，
dz dr
超
d
一桥
theta.
啊，
So first you integrate with
为什
respect
么
to
没
z,
有啊？
zr squared, and that's z squared over 2r squared. Plug in 5, plug in 1, take a difference. You get this. Now integrate this with respect to r. Integral of r squared is r cubed over 3. Plug in, take a difference, and then finally integrate with respect to theta. And you get 64 pi. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop here. Are there any questions? I mean, I understand that this is
假，
kind of
控
complicated.
死
You
你，
just have to read
那
this
控
carefully
死
and just
你。
understand.
资讯
The
能
most
拿个第
important
六
thing
吗？
to understand is what it means for a function to be z simple and radially simple, and just to see how you can
是我吗？
express those
来说
domains
我。
w, you know, where theta goes from something flat to something
我真
flat.
的是你妈这局。
Excuse me.
Radius can depend on theta, and then z can depend on both theta and the radius.
Professor, actually, I do have a question.
Yeah.
So
这个说出了韩国的
I
心
wanted
声。
to ask
没办法了，
about
这局。
symmetry over the
这局不
z-axis
是
and that
这
symmetry over
局
the
装备
z-axis
很好，但
relationship to
是
the w. Because
没有
when
办
we're
法。
talking about w being, let's say, from 0 to 2 pi, right? And you know, I can envision that this is symmetrical if you divide it in half in any way. Is that what that's referring to? That symmetry over the
这个太猛
z-axis
了。
is that perfectly round, completed
Yeah.
radius? Will it always
So-
be 0 to 2 pi in order for it to have symmetry over the z-axis?
So yeah, so you see, I said that, but I almost regretted
Wow.
saying it. I said it
What
because
the-
no
What
one
the-
said it, and this a region
我又
here
怎
that I
么
just had.
胡啊？
So this is
What the fuck？
this thing here is
神装甲克西都没水银的被控
radially
死。
is
对呀、
axially symmetric. So a cylinder is axially symmetric. So if you integrate over a cylinder, cylindrical coordinates are always going to be natural ones. And yes, you have to go all the way around for something
UFO 和
to
什么都不是很多。
be symmetric with respect
What
to
is
the z-axis.
UFO 啊？
So, but this object that I drew here is not, you see, this is just a piece of a cylinder.
死掉了。
Mhm.
So
第八。
theta goes from fixed theta 1 to fixed theta 2. This
这
object
局运
here
气太差
is
了，没有办
not
法。
symmetrical with respect to z. So it's, but it's kind of a
打不过
sector
什么转
of
播地名
something
怎么打？地名都成
that's
型了。
symmetrical with respect to z.
Okay, so it's more like when
模
it
拟师啊，
when it has a relationship to a
私下
thing
背戏。
that has axial symmetry.
So it has to go all the way around, you know, anything that has z-axis symmetry
我印象好
goes
差
all the
这
way
局
around.
这黑水银
and,
拿了我也
and
不
basically
行啊
does not
怎么
depend
能抽
on,
到第二
on
只啊？
theta. So cylinders like that, but obviously something
这是恶心
z-symmetrical
了，
would
就
be
是
also something that looks like this, like
拿了也没用啊。
So
你看
any
我
kind
拿了
of
也没用啊，我拿这个还好。 我都恶
something
心
that
了，怎么
just
挤
goes
下来？
like this, right?
硬抠吗
So this is Z
为什
symmetrical.
么要把甲跟
Right,
丝放
okay.
那个地方？
So here, if you were to integrate over this,
那
your
甲克
theta
斯
would
放哪
go
里啊？
from 0 to 2
你
pi,
把它
right?
囤后一排不就好了吗？
Mhm.
这样吗？
Uh,
我有点后悔上这个。
and then yeah, I mean, then you would have to worry about radius and
这个
Z.
又有什么用啊？
here
为什么要这样放？你不如
It
直
would
接放第
always
一
go
排
from 0 to 2 pi with the radius.
反刺客，
Okay.
And
And then I have.
now, mhm.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just had a
how
second
about-
question, but.
Yeah, go
随
ahead.
便了，反正都是书。
My second question was, could you
看又
give me
连到
just
了，妈
a
的又连到
really,
了。
really
对啊，这个镰刀
almost
是
like
真的
bullet
牛
point
逼。
rundown of the types of simple that we've discussed so far?
Yeah.
哦，
So
他死了，
first I
他死
started
了。
talking about
那我是
horizontally and
稳的，
vertically
因为我
simple.
加攻击加了很多了，这样
This is, let's say,
好像还真能再抽一只
vertically
甲克斯
simple, but
然后
you can
和
also
他
call
拼
it
抢
X
黑水银
simple. So Y goes from
甲克斯能活
Fix
就厉害，
C
不能
to
活就
fix
废物。
D. Sorry, X goes from fix A to fix B.
我可能要一只英雄在上面骗刺客太多了
And，then Y that
好像
goes
两家
from
刺客都打过了，
something that depends on X to
两
something
家
that
刺
depends
客
on
都打
X.
过了，那我可以，哎，这样摆，这样摆，
Then obviously you can do this the other way around, where it goes to flat here, and this is
不
variable.
太科学。
So C,
哎
then Y goes from fix C to fix D, and then X goes from something depends on Y. Something
这个甲
that
克斯好
depends
像
on
是安
Y.
全的，这样
So since we use
你告诉我这个
Z
日语
simple
用什
now,
么
you can
用
also
什么
call
打？
this sorry, this is
用甲克
so
斯打。
this would be
哇操，不行
vertically
你要干嘛
simple, or
他
let's say
轰
Y
轰不
simple.
了，轰
用什么
不
打
了。？
再跟我说一遍用什么打？
And this would be horizontally simple.
我还能真的能再抽一只甲
Or
克
X
斯啊！
simple, I guess. So
能
this is
又
what
怎
we
样
did？in
都过去
two
了，你还惦记
dimensions.
它干嘛？
So in 3 dimensions, I
都
then
过去了。
wanted to start talking about Z simple. This is when you are integrating over a domain, but now it goes from some surface. I don't know how to. Let's call it. Let's have a surface like this. So from one surface to another surface over this domain D, right?
行
So you
哇
see, it
操！
goes from, so if you fix your XY, your Z goes from one value to another
但是能
value.
上个拔上
So
两
that
个武
means
器就厉害。
XY is
我把
fixed
这
in
玩都不
D,
要怎么办？
and then Z
我一定
belongs,
找
goes
一
from
个
some function
找
that
一个
depends on
基尔
XY
兄弟
to
去
another function
去
that
骗
depends on
剑的，
XY.
这样摆。
So this is something we call Z simple. And of course, you can make it
找
X
两个
simple
麻
and
瓜
Y
兄弟去
simple.
骗技能，他妈
You
的又
just
被他
have
打
to
掉。
change the roles of
哦，
these things. And
啊，
now
没
we
了没了没了，
introduce
这吸毛线了，
something
这
that I
鬼
call
书给我
radially
上了。
simple.
再见了，江启章，这死定
In
了。
polar coordinates, that means
死定了。
that your theta goes from some fixed theta 1 to fixed theta 2, and your R then goes from a function that depends on theta
那我看一下第一名怎么
to another function that depends on theta.
好理解，操！
我快吃饭去了，一
So
下
that
要
looks
完了。
something like this, right? Your theta goes from one value to another value, and your R goes from some curve to another curve.
4刺客，妖姬进去直接练眼。
甲克
And
斯
now
不
you
摆那
have
边还能吸
in
点血，这
cylindrical
水银太
coordinates
重要
something that
了。
I would call
就算没黑
both
水银，白水银我都上。
radially simple and Z simple. So Z simple, so radially simple plus Z simple. So that means when you so this is your base, and then z goes from
厄
a
贝柳斯
function
吃了呀，
of r theta
不
to
可
another
能，
function
这
of
要
r
气
theta.
死了。
So that would be described. So theta goes from theta 1 to theta 2,
看来会不会
but then
跳？
r goes from a function of theta
这厄贝柳斯锁到
to
现
another
在，
function of
让他
theta,
能凑出这个阵容也不错的。
and then z goes from something that depends on both r and theta to something that depends on both r and
我
theta.
在开
好像没有物
凯
理对啊，
撒量，
这局有物理对吗？可以，他吃了。没有，
Thank you.
我
That
看
was
我在看这
that
厄
was
贝柳斯，
incredibly
然后
helpful.
我说他吃
彩虹
了。
Okay,
龙
good.
什么东西啊？
这几
Glad.
题压一下，1、2、3、
Okay,
4、
I gotta
5、
go
6、
teach
7、
my next
8、
class, but
8
do
这
your
两
homework.
个
I imagine
我
that
发
this
现
is
解锁这
a
个
little tough, but
我都没有这张卡，好像
you know,
牛逼啊！这
the
套路
sooner
可
you
以。
start working on it, I think the
协
sooner
力机
you'll
器人
clear
车机
clear
人
it
什
up
么
in
东
your
西？
head. David, I'm sorry. I mean,
还有我们现在的活动那个
it,
什么
it is scary, but to be
黑
quite
黑什
honest,
么
like
枪兵，这个什么英雄啊？黑什么枪兵？
this doesn't come naturally to me, and I don't find it too bad.
我们的活动啊，你也没做
I'm
过，
sure you can do it.
那是
自由
你也没做，
侠，
Thank you,
这
Professor.
个怎么打？
You're welcome. All right,
这是自由
see you
侠。
guys
Have a great day.
节
on
奏者
Thursday.
之路，
Bye.
你看他
胜利
真吃
30次，
了，看这轮选秀了，翻不翻盘都是看这局选秀。
对啊，什么黑枪兵
他可能，会拿帽子或者拿大天使，我感觉。还不如拿
特殊
这个。
区域。那你要解锁那个超量变化吗？好用吗？嗯，有道理。说明他强啊。这个活动卡片我都抽完了，但不知道有什么用的。
牛逼，肯定等这些啊。B I 一箱，你挂科了还是干嘛？不知道。哎，你有在直播吗？我都不知道。因为你挂了就没看。然后呢？哦，操！看见贤哥什么时候带我上去？这期又吃分。牛逼！好的都没有。不是说榜上有名的我一只没有，一只猫没有，就是高伤害的猫一只没有。榜上有名的那个什么高伤害的猫一只都没有我的。他都完了，没东西拿了。召唤师峡谷吧，玩妖姬这局。大家都会拿小局，玩铁男的该不是我吧？拿了3只铁男。这局玩铁男的很少。看一下卡尔玛的很多，德莱文很少。希望不要骗我。 大眼几乎没有，哎，没有人玩大眼，我玩大眼了这局，我看了，我们这里没有人玩大眼。不错，这局我能赢一局，我都可以说我牛逼。这开局，跟两个大师下棋。我比你更惨，朋友，我比你更惨。哎，要怎么赢？这你妈我还赢了，你敢信？给个射题，给个什么，直接就龙蛋了，朋友。拿这个吧。差个什么东西？差一个啥东西来着？忘了叫什么名字。这局玩不了大眼了，估计。上8找卡，龙族牌太好了。这不玩龙族觉得太可惜，那我总不能说我牌太烂了吧？这牌说太烂了有点过不去。装备和牌都不错，还可以。哎，真没有朋友。无敌尔呢，朋友？我炸了！我炸了！我没有射题。
你好，异乡。
这局也没人拿妖姬，这局妖姬和射题是比较好的选择。对，妖姬和大眼，龙族也可以，龙族勉强。啊，没有射题啊，好亏！没有乌迪尔啊，好亏的要死。完了还没装备，这局没了呀。贾克斯有7张，贾克斯可能会有同行。 闭光了没有？没有龙蛋，我不想玩，这局送了吧。
干得好啊，狗瓜，继续干，我一定干掉你。
我这局点投降，真的。哎，你妈的，2杠5都没有，这还怎么玩啊？
黄瓜经典语录：这局我投降。
放了好好打了，好好打，还有连胜在，经济不至于太崩。Friend B 了 ，Friend B 了。没有 Friend B 也要变个 Friend B 出来了。你最好给我说，哇，40块钱做质量，你妈的！牛你，40块钱做质量，有炸的呀！你妈来了！
把我的装备拿回来。黑暗吸血枪是怎么用的？
给队友回去。输了。这么多眼。
所以是黑暗圣魔。人吸的。但是你要有火炮，那吸不动。
前期地排地炸了。
我就输给你啊，其他都没有说。
丧尸不来。
丧尸怎么会来？
这局也玩不了大眼，太多攻速了。
攻速大眼。
倒不是说有什么难不难受的。玩啥都不是很合适。
这头人是嫖来的吗？那不能嫖。
我抽的，我抽了20多块钱钱。哇！活了，拿那个什么直接活。哎，我跟加喜登一起选，你说我能不能拿到这个德莱文？
你要啊，我也不要。
我转德莱文了，这局走剑。
要什么直接说，我不会去碰的。我这么小度的人，能抢的话也不想抢。拿一些牌卡一卡他们。
这局怎么打？杰拉要走吗？杰拉要不要走？走吧。丹娜，
这个是贾克斯嘛？这就是不是是那个倒数第3名，他是不是要转贾克斯？
我这装备能转什么？我好奇。还有一个鬼
他和我重复拿的装备，我拿什么他就拿什么，真的秀。
一箱已经7级了，我靠！
这个吴亦凡打我全部 miss。 真能躲。
我德莱文，我操，职业选，哎，我操，职业选手也打不过这个小局，这么多，
拉该德莱文。
我这德莱文直接转无意法，看一下这局有多少个无意法，11个，也就是说非常喜欢拿无意法。啊，完了，玩无
你
意法，
直接德莱文下去拿个吸血剑也是可以玩的。
德莱文多少个人啊？7张，我自己还是喜欢拿德莱文，所以
没有人跟你抢德莱文的。
我在看软件。确实没有多少个人跟我抢，
也这把也没有妖姬，如果你想玩的话，移动的。
妖姬只是别人抽不到，不是没人玩。
你就当他没人玩了。你看没有蓝水晶的，就是没人玩了。你如果抽个黑蓝，你玩不玩？再不好好讲阵容就没了。这德莱文不一定能救得过我。
原谅我给装备，因为我不给我真的要被血路。
你给那些血路啊，这个 miss 啊，
少了2个啊，打死了2个。
我好像就勾出了3下。就是说打出了3下是 miss 触发了，所以豹女还是要走 AD 的。随便配一下吧。哇，这个潘森搂出的装备真的屌。
就这样了。
我觉得你硬玩德莱文就好。有个6级的不舍得花钱地德莱文就1星，但是他是满装的，你不给装备后期可能 A 不过他。
哼，我被炸弹人打死。
炸弹人带电工厉害啊！
他3星。
其实黑暗电工更爽。
跟学生8了，不要像上局那么高。
最好给个蓝 buff。
给蓝 buff 就直接开啊，开局变。
对，开局变。
我操，2星的德莱文差点 A 不过一个垃圾。我操，这 Timo 没人拿，我就真不信了。
没人拿我也拿。
Timo 你们不拿我拿。
我拿剩下的，你们自己看吧。
干嘛呀？我拿 Timo 呢。
我拿剩下了，剩下什么都可以。我
真的他妈队友都是狂热爱好者。
我决定
该不
吃
会负
剩饭
体。生吧？
2星贾克西在这边，
真的，我没针对异翔，都该了。哦，幸好不是。
加西 take 贾克斯，本命英雄。他不是贾克西，他是贾克 B。他叫贾克 B， 怎么可能吸得动？
Nice， 这些全卖了，我经济就恢复了。
我每张牌都是嫖过来的。
完了，那后排没塞怪哦，还是去找 Daisy。
为什么东西空了一下啊？
多少了？差48块钱升8，乱升，闭着眼睛升8。你看我质量高吗？我质量也不高呀。
高啊！
你看一下我几个铁男在场上硬塞。
高啊！你的质量还不高。
我龙蛋不多说，龙蛋换的用龙蛋换过来的质量。
我鸟蛋不多说，我打个鸟蛋，打个鸟蛋不过分吧？
我操，这你妈加启动就恶心了。哎，
怎么
我好像打得过
减攻速？
为什么？哦，原来你豹女还没死。哦，我要看一下谁打的伤害。
这题目把我减攻速了，这么脏吗？
差个天使，我觉得天使这辈子都地不到。fuck。The fuck literally， 我还要递这个2星莫德凯撒，不然我就等久了。
我是等死，你是等久。
我在等 CD， 你在等什么？你在等死吗？
在等死啊！真的不骗你。
哎，我这德莱文被控到死，我靠！能不能等一下给我整个水？哇，这波舒服，舒服了。
哇，这波难受。
原版了。
黄瓜这波舒服，我这波难受。
一翔打过了 ，Jacky 打过了。我操，这个越南有点问题。哦，越南都蹲这边吗？可以，刚好放这边。就是莫德凯撒可能过不去。哎，1v1，再见，朋友。跟提莫1v1。哎，一翔服了，能拿到吗？一翔
是转，你看有啊。干嘛不拿个破败之王啊？
对啊，我也想问你为什么不拿个破败之王？
你拿个吃个凯兰，跳后排，随便垫一排。
我现在可以等9了，应该有。
我现在可以等10了。
我抽不到天使的呀。
等9的黄瓜和等死了我。
我在等9，你在等什么？
等死。
完了，对面这有个大头，有点小。
没有，我骗你们，我真的在等死。
你以为我会信 Jacky 登吗？不，我是真的不信。
你信不信和我等死有关系吗？你继续你的不信，我继续等我的死。
哎，一下还去火上一局吗？跟我一毛一样。
我在等我的死。
我在等 Jacky 帮我把后面的2个清掉。
不可能，我现在就是靠血来狗了，狗血之人。狗血之人等他的死出来，等死。
然后我脚跃进去，能用出这个大，那些什么就没用了。
我这牌已经没了。
哇，多少？-1，应该也有一个要走，看看他扣多少。-4，
有区别啊？有区别，少一个。我发现大头带点攻速，那个炮台也是有攻速的，也就是说大头带什么，炮台有什么。
Jacky 如果能2星大头，我应该就没有机会打了。现在应该能打。
我在等我的死，暂时还没拉出来。
Jacky 灯给我打工。
黄瓜说大头，我就来大头。黄瓜再说一遍。
大头。
哦，谢谢。
可以，Jacky 灯吃鸡了。那你能把我把你下面的那几个全送走吗？一次撸他们20滴血。
下以复仇。皇冠说了句大头之后就来大头，我觉得皇冠还是真神。你看这个炮台攻速也挺快的。 整个题目都喷不死这个小头，不是大头。最可怕的那家已经打过了，后面就随缘去了。
啊，就启动他妈的，幸好刚刚不是这个质量打我。哇，这个人没打过，因为很有可能打他。
破败之王摆中间吧，
最好是摆这，对，最好是
大头大头，下雨不愁。喷，给我喷，乱喷。
被 Timo 打死。
再喷，给我喷。
我2星 Timo 他就输了。
好痛，好痛！最强的那家已经打过了。
最强的那家你可能还没打。会选1。
我要换位啊，这样。
看打谁？他猜错了，但他跳了我没跳到他。
叮咚，嘣！冲击波，冲击波！再见，最强的那家嘛，这就是。
可以帮我送走剩下的，谢谢。
最强的那家嘛。火焰枪是什么？
拿个无尽。你不要无尽吧？
不要无尽，随便。
我不想断你的
先说。
我不想断你连胜路，所以你要什么你拿。
有没有3星破败之王？见过吗？就点一下死一个吗？点一下玩1年，装备不花1分钱，老张逼了。张备
完了，希望打死多几个让我活下来。
这个在点名。你不会死的，我没见过20血可以1波的，除非你带一个黑暗自然。如果你带黑暗自然，我早死了。你觉得千劫3星有必要吗？
哎，完了。
哇，既然给我个激光，那我要射谁？射中间，男人就要射中间。因为他是不敢当的小学生。好像大头的技能喷哪里是随机的。
唉，
这不随机吗？随机喷的都是，他不喷那个人，他就是不喷。
不是吧？这样硬拿个第9，
他喷好像是乱喷的。 哎，这甲克斯会摆中间这样。
真的是没有人。
我们来赌一波。我们来补一波。这个我最喜欢的装备。有没有2星大头？3星呢？没有3星大头。我操！竟然有这个装备！有没有人打我镜像啊？自己的你，哇，这样喷吗？这个大头很容易假赛，这样喷都可以。哇，负26血，为什么会负26？
啊，刚刚为什么就不这样啊？气死我了！
来，大头大头，下雨，走。旋转跳跃，哇操，被蒸发了，蒸发了我！
哦，
旋转跳跃，我挺不见。他乱喷的这个大头，他妈的乱喷的这个人，
会先打目前
妈的在那大头乱喷的。
越南要4密呀，原来牛批。不过他是运气真的好，他运气是真的好。
还多我1个人口，他妈的！
我只能说，他能吃鸡真的是纯运气，他那点血差一点就死了。
没人要大头吗？我太喜欢大头了。
你抽得到才有啊，抽不到就没有。
抽得到了。你们都嫌弃这个不要装备打输出的大头。
什么叫嫌弃？
这大头就是不需要装备能打输出的人。不过他会假赛，假赛假的很可怕的那种。
这局还是没有大眼。
就比如刚才那个他妈的真的乱喷的这个大头。
这局又是没人玩大头，不大眼，就是很多人玩莫德凯撒，对，这局非常多人玩莫德凯撒，所以说二飞流失可能是最佳选择。
我的感情，
我告诉你，没人玩，你玩不玩是你自己的事。卡尔玛也没人玩。卡尔玛有19个，非常多人玩卡尔玛，也就是说这局秘术越南是最佳选择。
这和我等输有什么关系呢？ 我们来等书。希望王，希望。
上一局我没有抽到过天使。
那个希望王叫出那个什么变身的那个，直接把我攻击减到0，然后怼我一下，这么脏。这么脏的人，老脏逼了，犹如黄瓜一样脏。
牛逼真是的，牛逼啊真是的！哎呀，烦，又少装备又少什么，又把自己核心一张牌卖了。来，黑蓝，我的 fuck，
白蓝，
我的 fuck， 看一下有多少人玩妖姬，很少人玩妖姬，可以拿了。这怎么就牛逼啊？真有你的，
黑蓝牛逼啊！
黑蓝可以玩预知，但这局超多人拿预知，
牛逼啊，黄瓜！
超多人拿莫德凯撒，我玩妖姬可能是个陷阱。
草苗龟是什么龟？非常有效。
但他不发妖姬，我有什么办法？
没有黑蓝，也没有白蓝。
所以我肯定拿不到眼泪啊！现在眼泪这么缺。唉，开局应该抢眼泪，他妈的！
肯定不是我啊！因为赶出来了，才要和你决斗啊！为什么这个人也能打过我？什么？为什么？
多点眼泪，求你了！哎
，Why everyone so strong？
我马进去真的是个错误的决定。
那你就说我没选是正确的决定啊？
可能是哦。
决定玩妖姬，还有个蓝眼泪，这不血亏？
这局好像是二飞流失在转。 这局我看上去更像是在转二费流失，有一说一。
这局看上去我是无了。
回去看一下刚刚那个二费流失怎么玩。1、2、3，三黑，4黑，4黑3密，
这么屌的装备，
教育课。是吗？
我去那个好拎啊！我那地上来，我那地方。
佢咁樣。
冇佢嘅。
OK， 刪啦，突完啦。咁啊，首先2條先啦，唔好咁多，2條先好冇？咁我而家問你啦噃，好，你睇下分唔分到啦 ？OK。Have you ever played？
你可唔可以回出去2番來？啊？
喂。
刪嘅軟件開過㗎係。
你乜唔㗎？
刪咗佢軟件嘅條件位係啊。
唔得唔知。
呀。
跟我。
呀。有個？啊？我不止经济爆炸呢。没有眼泪，这么多攻速二费流失。二费流失，这个眼泪算我白拿了。
白瞎了。黑暗豹女双倍的快乐，死得更快。我自己给打死了，这么屌！你的希望黄给我返回手旁。感谢。我想给人。 三角同步。
这有什么办法？这牌没得救呀，朋友，救不起来的这牌。
放弃呀！
没有什么好操作的，等7级吧。
请你放弃。我的感情。
他妈的，你还不如把装备给亚索，真的。我看了一下是个狼人。你给亚索呀，等一下你把亚索卖了就好。狼人真的配吗？这 Daisy 好东西很多，能拿的不少。去抢一场大剑。这家是什么？这家看不出来是什么。看一下，这不会是大眼还是莫德凯撒？是大眼还是莫德凯撒？这我出大眼了，我靠！玩你妈！你看我装备，买一只卡边或者卡4倍错。还有2回合，我去挂回机。哎，玩不完？一翔怎么在乱码？
一翔在打宠物小精灵，没办法。
好家伙，真的折磨！That ass. That ass. 会不会要中？这转铁男也不靠谱。唉。
就不能硬玩吗？
要是炸了，要我也不管连不连胜了，能锁住血再说。
我操！就打我全部 miss， 这么强！
哎，为什么他光合作用完还能打你？
这是假的光合作用。
领奖金这是怎么个操作啊？果然还是屌厉害。 这不是你自己取的名字吗？怎么就我阴阳怪气？看起来你说的跟你说你想表达的，好像跟你说的差距有点大。
我他妈！左手击，右手压。我操，这个攻击能上个400，这么强！出来吧 ，Daisy。Daisy 打一个克烈。哇，黄瓜厉害！为什么互相扣血？为什么？为什么？
离
凭什么
谱呀，这知道。
这凭什么互相扣血啊？没有，我杀掉他克烈啊！傻逼吗？是不是输不起啊？都开起挂来了。
这挂不开起来怎么赢嘛？这喜灯，
这喜灯不是随便打的吗？还要开挂。自己把自己的攻速给减，大家一起减攻速吧，然后就开喷，然后发现喷完没伤害的，是日常吧？这是正常操作吗？怎么敢啊？完全不敢信！完全不敢信！
两星莫德凯撒，真的假的？唉，两星莫德凯撒。
I don't know.
Oh shit!
Feel better. Feel better.
We're not complaining anything, or someone is going to complain anything for you.
Fuck you.
不知道，好像没啥重要的。这个是和什么的呀？圣光爪。Someone is going to complain the whole universe.
唉，又输了，又输了，天天输。为什么能天天输？这个妖姬什么时候才缺啊？
下版本
什么时候才缺啊？
还是这样吧。
为什么人这么菜呢？我邦吉拉是什么东西？这巨魔，抽人干的巨魔。
我操！二倍流是真的瓜。
这个黄真的瓜。我又玩了同样的牌组。
这运气没谁了。哎，这我就抽你这个出来了。刚刚怎么就出不来？
哇，出2个铁蓝，要不要拿？还是拿吧。左手击，右手压。
哦，真的假的？没有越南，
没有武器。我操，没有武器。那玩个 gay 吧。那
真的在玩 gay 吧了，别问了。 我是2星越南会这么惨。
会的呀。人惨的时候，永远都惨；人胡的时候，胡地也来。人惨的时候惨到底。人胡的时候自然胡，不管了，随便上吧。没有贾克斯就没有贾克吧。原来都在你那边呢。
都给你懂完了。
真正的男人是扛前排，被这个莫德猛捶一顿。压谁了？潘森！哇，这个德莱文，这个德莱文发生了什么事情？发生了什么事？什么都不可以给，因为你强啊，因为你强呀。
给这些吧。
给我，这么好。给我这么好，为什么黄瓜这么好？啊，不是黄瓜，他是谁？他是谁？
唉，
鸭嘴兽，
这怎么打？
用手打。
唉，没办法。
那么多人拿这个，我也拿这个。
被骗
胡的时候自然胡。
哦，来了。
人飞的时候飞到底。
那要打加血，没办法打加血，没有护甲。唉，算了，输了。
啊，他把降息对着降息，往死你打。方向关键是什么？哇，这个一个盘身打爆全部，盘身这么溜啊！盘身溜爆了，溜的呀，溜的呀。good good， 不可能，不要吓我，打过了，不要吓我。 不要吓我，请你放过我，放过孩子。
2个 Nico，3星德莱文。
贾阔西，假的吧？哇，我这边开场满副甲的。贾阔西要吸谁呢？贾阔西，这个3星德莱文和我无关，与我无干。哇！我带了2个黑暗了盾之后，平 A 不回蓝了。我带1个减5的回蓝，带2个直接不回蓝。
哇，越南
越南
玩不懂。
好可怜的越南，这个越南对着我的潘森就是哭啊！看一下抽到什么？这个棒你抽到什么傻逼装备？傻逼一样的装备啊！万个鸟蛋哦！万个鸟蛋哦！妈的，这个人我打毛过。这个人我打毛过，他这个盖伦这么屌。这个和莱文越 A 法强越高。哇操！这个人竟然不吹你的莱文。哦，他吸你的莱文。一锤1个达莱文。哦，原来如此，他临死挣扎了一波。拿个冰心，给狗熊啊，给皎月啊，都可以啊。给狗熊会比较爽。你直接躲一堆就可以了。扎堆，扎堆，给个狗熊摆前面就好了，其他扎堆。
完了，
扎堆就好了，怎么玩啊？扎堆就好了，现在就爽了。扎堆就好了。唉，这简单暴力的处理方法。
突然妖姬了
，4个3星的人竟然第8怎么出现了？被谁打的？
他6级啊，我记得。
7级啊，6级7级。3星翻身就怕法师，吴亦凡什么谁啊？随便打。
打完这局去复习。
去个厕所。
快完蛋了！哎，那一次眼泪开。啊，怎么又发攻速啊？哦，等等。
去个厕所回来，人没了。幸好拿了个巨人腰带，不然就死了。是没有的，是不存在的。好像他不让我玩了。我还想继续玩6盾，6盾有烂分了。发装备啊，大佬！你猜我发了什么？黑暗日炎。啊，真的吗？确定？现在都没多少血，喝了。
给他喝个自爆步兵啊！
自爆步兵，我就要黑暗日炎。这个辛德拉又要把我丢走了，真的过分。起飞！ 如果这个黑暗日元每秒回100多好。对啊，那个反向回血
有伤害的，
有伤害的，打到最后就有，能不能超死一个？超时，如果超时现在超时的话，他就超死了。什么东西啊？黑暗酒桶。
唉，拿个大剑玩大爷。
黑暗酒桶。酒桶有输出吗？输了好溜，好强！还能说什么？屁呀、屁呀、不要把我丢走啊！
我真的不知道这个吸血鬼除了超时还有什么办法能解决它。
超时点死了，被老哥是点死。那一想，我们来拿装备，快乐拿装备，快乐拿装备。
努努人马很香，
快乐拿装备，
努努人马出妹，
快乐拿装备。哎，黑暗救赎是什么？
给队友回不给你回。
哦，好东西哦，好东西，好东西呀！这个是一个10几位人的酒桶，我看一下，白救赎是25，黑救赎全场回血，每5秒回血。我操！牛逼啊！
这怎么给装备啊？
那就黑救赎，6的呀
，1级300点伤害，有个屌伤害。这两个要合吗？想合虫子，看有没有虫子给我。连败开挺好的。
1胜1负，为什么要做到1胜1负呢？和我一样4连败不好吗？
没下去。哎，这个应该是输的了。我去看一下一翔直播。
这个回血是全场回血哦。全场回血，黑暗救赎，黑暗救赎，真的爽。
这个铁输10000%会输，甚至杀不掉对面1只块。5个1星打4个2星，没见过的差距悬殊。唉，这个我雷兽怎么这么高级？他会喷射火焰也没伤害。
打不了。你觉得瑞文强吗？
挺强的。
哪点强啊？
他挺强的。
所以说他下棋强吗？
他强在挺强的。
这是废话吗？
是吧
？Is he bullshit？这不是礼尚往来吗？老正
这
常
德莱文，我觉得我没有机会打赢他。开局神装德莱文
，300攻击，
这也太恐怖了。
哇，哦，300攻击，原来是300攻击，那比这亚索要强。
泰坦顶
比这亚索要强呀！感觉你在骂我。极大坏灵，两列瑞文，就这样了。这个酒桶就捅到底吧。这样。试一下皇冠说的，瑞文强不强？挺强的是什么意思？
哈哈，完了。
挺强的，看一下那个挺强的是什么意思？唰唰唰唰唰唰唰唰唰，挺强的。就这，挺强的，不强。
4500伤害，可还行。
又不是放大招。我觉得不强，3星再说吧。
Magic damage
打的是物理输出，和魔法伤害没什么关系。
怎么能这么难玩？百位问题吗？哦，不对，这是前排太拉胯。
你有递过牌吗？敢问你有递过吗？
没有。
那就不对了，你都没递过，凭什么说别人强？
确实。
我都递光了，人不强吗？
原来有同行吗？不是啊，没同行的呀。但是建模会被抓，这很正常。
我要继续拿这个瑞文，走到底，瑞文走到底，帅啊！我不看他强不强，他帅啊，对吧？帅的呀！你还玩儿？
拉胯的质量，难顶。
老拉胯了，
要一滴血还行。
要一滴血，一滴血。我们是不是这把要提早退出了？
掉段了，掉段了，朋友们。
我们3个都垫底啊，是不是要提早退休了？
确实确实。
那我先垫底，你们拖个后。哇，为什么日文没有黑暗水银？好想拿这个黑暗水银，那我就能砍爆他们。砍爆你啊！砍！这个日文这边砍爆了，砍！啪啪啪！3剑，横3刀。横3刀。
没眼看了，
没眼看了。
真就想玩啥不给啥。
老习惯了，这是日常操作，对吧？再来个瑞文，2个瑞文，如何？我觉得可以，哦，我要被控死了，这样的话，啪啪啪啪啪啪啪。我发现2个日文比1个日文要好打。一项活动特别区打完了。不给，那我就硬上人口。事不过3，第2下没有就滚。没有就滚。啪啊！我被控了，哦，没控，抓，啪。 啪啪，3刀4刀4刀，刀刀烈火。黑暗棋子加多少攻速啊？加80%，双方减20。
上吧。
自私的棋子，你觉得自私的棋子有用吗？哇，好痛啊！好像能做到1刀1个。
拿。哼哼，还抢不过我，这台心太炸了呀！
啊，心态又炸了。
哎，辛德拉把那个带着黑暗冰心的那个东西甩到了人家的人群之中，你知道会发生什么吗？
哦，这是什么东西啊？这是什么东西啊？我也没希望了。
谁不是一念天堂一念地狱？怪不得我一直没有。
三星球女，真的假的？这么屌吗？开挂了！那是真的爽，不讲武德。年轻人不讲武德。
年轻人不讲武德，讲的一响都不讲完。